Hey, anyone who's joining us this fine Saturday, welcome to the channel. Have a fun little stream today. There's everybody's busy. There's a lot going on. Inklands is coming out, and we got connected with a great game store in Charlotte. Get Some Game that's running a Lorcana tournament today. Paper tournament, one of the first I think paper tournaments we've seen into the Inklands. So it's kind of a fun chance to get to see. Um, some Inklands meta. And this will be kind of a hyper local meta. So who knows what's going to pop out. Some great players there today. Zach Bivens is there, who's a player that we've all gotten to know, over the last few months as he's kind of done well in some various Lorcana events and recently launched his own YouTube channel. So if you haven't seen Zach Bivens stuff, go check him out. You may get to see him play today. But we're going to be hosting this stream here today on both Twitch and on YouTube. Not going to be doing a lot of commentary throughout the day. Aaron and I will pop in and out. Maybe we'll have a guest or two, but really this stream is here so you can watch these awesome players play and see some Inklands meta. But then later tonight, after 5 rounds, they're going to cut to the top 8. And when they cut to the top 8, we're going to pick up some awesome commentary with some overlays, bringing you highlights of the cards. We're going to be partnering with Jack Patillo again. He'll be carrying the stream on his Twitch channel. So make sure you're watching Jack's channel. Make sure you're watching our channel. And we'll be bringing you some commentary and some highlights of the top 8. So that should be pretty exciting. So for now, though, for today, for the Swiss rounds, for the 5 Swiss rounds, sit back, relax, enjoy some Lorcana play. Let's take a look at the meta. I'll be in and out, and if you have any questions, feel free to drop them in the chat. We'll try to address them. And other than that, I hope you all have a wonderful weekend. This is your chill Lorcana stream for Saturday, followed by an exciting one this evening. So look forward to seeing you here. Thanks for hanging out with us. So again, for anybody just jumping in, this is round 1 of 5 Swiss rounds in the Get Some Game Lorcana tournament in Charlotte, North Carolina. This will be a fun event, and we're gonna cut to the top 8 later tonight and have an awesome stream with Jack Patillo, bring you some high quality commentary. So we were tracking a 1:45 start time, so they may just be getting set. They're probably waiting for the tournament organizers to give them the go ahead to start playing, but round 1 here will be starting very shortly. and after that, we'll just leave the stream up, and you can watch the various rounds today, see some paper play, just chill out, relax, enjoy some paper Lorcana, and get excited for the top eight this evening. So thanks again for tuning in. It looks like round two is about to get underway. This feels like a fun time to stop in and say hello to anybody who's hanging out with us, watching. We're a big fan of paper play. We're a big fan of game stores and local tournaments and giving people the opportunity to test their mettle. So when Get Some Game in Charlotte, was hosting this tournament and wanted to stream it, we offered to host it so that we could bring it to anybody who wanted to hang out on a Saturday and watch some paper play in a local meta. Um, so if you're watching with us today, thanks for hanging out. Round two here is going to get going shortly. There's not terribly many players showed up to this tournament today. A few less than they'd hoped, but we're still going to do 5 rounds, cut to the top 8, and then Jack Patillo and Aaron and I will be streaming the top 8 and commentating this evening, bring you some high quality Lorcana commentary with overlays and cars popping up and that whole thing. So it should be a good time. So anyway, Brandon, I see you in the chat. Yeah, there is no sound. We're not commentating this throughout the day. We're going to commentate the top 8, but for today we're just hosting the feed to allow people to watch the games if they'd like, and while we get ready for this evening. Um, so yeah, so it's just a fun, chill hangout. Watch some Lorcana, put it on in the background, maybe play some lo-fi, and watch this local meta. We do have there's some very good players playing though, despite the fact there aren't many players in this tournament. Zach Bivens is there competing, trying to win another event against some other excellent players. So there's some great stuff. Um, Yeah, well, while we have match get started, I won't sit here and commentate this whole match, but I will yeah, offer some background on the match here. We have Nicholas Thompson playing Big Ramp Amethyst Sapphire against Ruby Amethyst deck. The color combo that we all know and love. So, and that's being piloted by Rudy Vasquez here in round two. So Nicholas is on the Winnie the Pooh side. Rudy is on the B side. So that means if I do my math properly, you'll see your Big Ramp Amethyst Sapphire on the Winnie the Pooh mat. So yeah. So hey, Killy93, if you're still here, I see you asked a question a while ago about starter decks. What are the two best starter decks to buy? Period. Um, if you're still here for the answer, that's a good question. It all depends. I think all the starter decks there's parity kind of across the board. There's a couple that are easier to pilot than others, but I'll say for my money, like I will never not be a fan of the original Amethyst Amber deck. I don't know. I just think it's so good. Um, gosh, I don't know. So I think the go wide like aggro strategies are probably the most fun and the easiest to play. So I do like the new Dog and Dynamic starter deck from Into the Inklands. And then I do also like yeah, the old Amethyst Amber deck. I think those are probably my two favorites if I were only going to buy two. But they play very similarly. So I don't know if that's your thing. Um, that'd be a good, what a good like video though, or event, like ranking all the starters, um or maybe a tournament where you could bring any starter deck from any of the 3 sets so far. Pick one to pilot. That'd be fun. Okay, so it looks like round two is underway. I'm not going to commentate the whole match again. I'll hang out with you all here for just a minute. And we're for anybody who follows us on our channel and our live streams, etc. You know that we were all a little under the weather this week with COVID. It turned out, so all 3 of us, and we lost a lot of time this week. So today became frantically catching up on um, chores and housework and all the things that we missed during the week while we get ready for our live stream this evening. So I wish I could spend most of the day with you, but I can't, unfortunately. But I will offer a few thoughts as we get into this first match here, because I love watching live Lorcana. You know, we do see we can see the ramp already taking effect there on the left on the Winnie the Pooh mat. Nicholas there with the popsicle first round, and then one jump ahead to advance his Inkwell. The other thing I want to note: watch the ink technique of I think it's Rudy here on the right. I'm more and more convinced as I watch some of these pro players who are, I mean, maybe they're doing it, you know, just for the stream because it is helpful for streaming. Maybe they're doing it because it's how they ink. But I really like the technique instead of pausing and holding the card and like waiting for your opponent to awkwardly read it or whatever. I really like the technique of playing your ink face up and then kind of moving on with your turn and allowing your opponent to kind of, you know, look at it, see it while you're progressing the game state more. Because sometimes they might need a glance, sometimes they want to stare at it. Um, of course, against, you know, a newer player, as I say this, of course, Rudy's not putting his ink down, but wait for it to happen, and you'll see what I mean. Um, I do think I like that technique, and I will offer though against, you know, against new players or younger players, they may want to actually see the card and read the card, and they may not recognize the art the same way that you know, people who've been playing for a while do and can recognize them across the table. So in that instance, maybe it's better to you know, a lot more clearly state what you're doing. But um, you know, in these competitive settings, I think that the ink technique that we will see here in a second, hopefully, maybe. Um, he didn't do it very well there, but here's the other turn. Anyway, watch the ink technique. I like the way that that Rudy does it. Bare necessities. I will say, you know, we did some deck profiles recently. Bare necessities, you see it played on the right there, used to force an opponent to discard a card of choice. Everybody's talking about what a difference this card makes, and how it is, gosh, a breath of fresh air to give some answers against some really oppressive cards. You know, the last set, or the last couple sets. So be prepared, being one of them. But yeah, I am surprised by how frequent. I shouldn't be surprised. I find it amusing how frequently, you know, bare necessities and then the Ursula Deceiver card are mentioned as like people's top picks this set just because of the answers they provided. Um, yeah. So here you see that kind of ink technique I was talking about, placing the ink down kind of in the inkwell, even using it, letting it sit there for a while. There you see the Yzma, and then eventually, you know, when the turn's over, kind of flipping it over. I think that's kind of the way I like to see ink done in these competitive events, both for the casters and you know, for anybody watching on stream, and then for the even the player across the table. I just think it's an elegant technique. Let the storm rage on. I think 2 damage. Yeah. So no, I'm interested. You know, if you're hanging out, I'm going to go you know, off camera for a little bit here and just kind of let the stream play, and let you all, you know, take in the rest of this Swiss round. I'll get a few more things done. But if you're listening, I'm interested. What are you running right now? What deck did you build immediately for Into the Inklands? I assume people have done, you know, some people have done a decent amount of playtesting. Some people are probably just building their first, you know, Into the Inklands meta deck. But what are you building? What are you excited to be playing right now? What are you excited to try out in a new competitive event? You know, I'm interested because I'm really enjoying watching this new meta develop. Um, as I watch Stem Gaston, as I like to call him, played over there on the Winnie the Pooh side of the board there. Hmm. Tragic Beast. Tragic Beast is another reminder. Just because I was talking about cards that everybody's excited about for this set. Along Came Zeus. I think everybody knew it'd be good. I think people were excited for it. I I'm not even sure that. So I didn't realize how powerful that spell would be. Um, and I'm not sure that everybody did either for the pure reason that there's a lot of cards being run um, in the meta that have 5 willpower. Tragic Beast being one of them. So when it's played, it just reminds me. There are some lists that were being run, some Steel Song lists, especially where um, every card had 5 willpower. And so nothing could stick against Along Came Zeus. So that forced some people to react and put in Hercules or actually I take it back, not Hercules, but Cinderella Stouthearted and other cards into some of these decks purely because of Along Came Zeus to give something that would stick, against one of those songs. So um, that's another card that I think has become kind of ubiquitous in anything running steel, just because it's targets locations. I mean, 5 damage is a lot. It can be sung, and 5 damage, especially against the popular cards in the meta right now. That's just so good. So I keep saying I'm going to step away, but I'm getting drawn into this game quite a bit. 2 Ursulas on the board. Um, it's gosh, That's fun. Of course, I have to acknowledge I did say right off the bat that the information I got was that we were going to be watching Ruby Amethyst, on the B side, but clearly we're not. Clearly, it's a Steel Song list. So Steel Song versus Amethyst, Sapphire, Big Ramp. This is a lot of fun. Round one, we had 2 aggro decks, so the round was over very quickly. So this one, taking a little bit longer, which is kind of fun. Um, yeah. It is fun. I will say, these local tournaments. I do enjoy watching the big tournaments where you get hundreds of players there and you get to see how those big metas shake out. But sometimes these local tournaments, these hyper local tournaments, where you have a few some fewer players but still some good players show up are a lot of fun because you see decks perform well, that may not in bigger tournaments, and you get to see people testing and brewing. And so it is fun to see what's being played here, um, because I don't know. I also think people in these smaller events are willing to bring things that they're not 100% confident in and that they want to try out and test out, as opposed to when you're going to a big money tournament, one that's going to be streamed, perhaps that's kind of high profile, where there's a lot bigger temptation to go with a deck that is consistent, or that you're 100% confident in. Rather than use those big tournaments as a chance to kind of test stuff out. So these local events are just a ton of fun. I did enjoy some friends, Brandon, B Squared, and Franz of Traverse Tavern, commentated a tournament at the Inkwell store, where it was very similar. It was a local tournament, local scene, and we got to see a lot of fun decks and a really fun local meta, which was delightful. So Again, these smaller tournaments, these local 1Ks or local box tournaments, even local league nights, sometimes are super fun because you see Lorcana that you probably won't see, at bigger tournaments, and you might also see, the cutting edge of the meta because this is really where some people are brewing and playing and exploring and trying things out, because there's a little less pressure, I feel like. And speaking of pressure, both players now, slowing down a little bit, trying to figure out the optimal play here. Um, Steel Song player there has a decent number of cards, some answers, digging now, um, with Ariel, but plenty of cards in hand, to try to make something happen here. We do see a whole new world there, as well, which is an option. The problem I find, so we do see, of course, big ramp over there on the left, and so the problem I find, when you play Steel Song or any sort of, let's call it wheel deck, because there also is, the Sapphire Steel wheel decks that are out there, but anything that's playing a wheel deck where you're constantly reloading your hand and reloading your opponent's hand, um, there's kind of a challenge when you're playing against decks that are built to ramp, whether in the last meta it was, Fishbone Quill, or, in this meta you've got, Heart of Tafiti, or you could have even just Mickey or any card designed to get extra ink in your inkwell. Hey, Aaron.
Hey, Leah, how's it
It's
going?
going. um, I was just finishing. Let me just finish this thought. Um, one of the challenges is that, as you know, if you're playing a deck that's built to ramp and they have all sorts of cards that are designed to get more cards in their inkwell, as you're wheeling, as long as they can maintain, just a little bit of board control or stall you a little bit, like with Ursula there, knocking your lure down a peg or two, eventually it feels like the wheels start to feel worse and worse because your opponent, that ramp player, just has much more ink available that they're able to empty their hand, and their just answers are so much better. At some point, looking at this player over here on the left, they refill their hand with the number of ink they have available. I'm seeing, quick count, 11. Now you can drop an Ursula or an Elsa and something else, or and two other things. So like, um, their after wheel turn just feels so much worse because of the amount of ink available, and that's what made the Sapphire Steel deck so oppressive. Is, every turn they, put a little bit of extra ink down, so by the time, you reach kind of the end game, there's like 15, 16, 19, 20 ink in there, and they're dropping two else's a turn, and it's just gross. Feels bad. I don't know. Anyway, we're
I
watching.
agree. Sorry.
I think we're watching the end of game one here. I can't. I told people, watching the stream, that I would step away. Like,
Oh no, I was watching it out in the living room and you kept being like, "Oh, I'm going to go. Oh, I'm going to go." And then I was like, "Liam is so sucked into this game right now."
it's true. I mean, gosh, like, we got going on. So let's talk about the Steel Song real quick. Because I mean, what Steel Song wants to do, for anybody who's familiar with the deck, you're familiar with the deck too. Like,
Mhm.
exactly what Steel Song's trying to do, and it's fill the board with singers because singers are a substitute for ink. So
Mhm.
how I said that, the Sapphire ramp players are building up kind of an ink reserve and can just dump a whole bunch on the board. Um, the the Steel Song players are doing that too, but they're doing it with singers. And in this case, you see, a lot of high cost characters out there. But the aerials specifically, I mean, that's three characters that can sing for 5 just with the aerials.
Yeah.
And then your Beast can sing, and then your Rapunzel can sing for 4, and then so it's just, so that's like what, 4, 6, 5 songs, that you can play immediately after a whole new world, for some board control. So yeah.
I have to say, one thing I'm loving about Into the Inklands is I feel like we're starting to see fewer Ruby Amethyst decks. Like I'm seeing a lot more colors represented today than we've seen in a while, and that's super exciting to see.
That's true. I do. Ruby Amethyst is, the sad thing is it's still good.
Mhm. Yeah.
But I think we're in that kind of honeymoon phase where everybody's like trying to find better
Something
things.
better.
Yeah. Before, defaulting back to the Ruby Amethyst. I don't know. Does anybody like playing Ruby Amethyst? I wonder. I wonder if anybody like is just excited to sit down and play that deck, whether at a big tournament or at home or whatever.
I
Like
would be excited to play that deck.
to play a Ruby Amethyst deck?
Yeah.
Ugh. Okay.
I mean, why not?
I don't know. It's just not fun. Maybe I don't know. Well, I guess it's fun.
Winning's fun.
I guess so. I guess so. It is kind of fun. I don't know.
I think it's a fun deck. I just think, yeah, I think it's a lot more fun to play than it is to,
To play against.
well, yeah, to play against and to watch because we're all just like, yeah, yeah, and be prepared. Okay. So, I mean,
Yeah.
I think it's a fun deck to play. Like I think I've piloted like a Ruby Amethyst light deck because I don't think we even have all of the cards to do a full Ruby Amethyst deck, but
We did, and then we got a bunch signed, and now they're in a binder,
and then we're not allowed to play with them
Yeah.
anymore.
That's what happens.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you get signed cards. All right. That was game one.
That was game one. As much as I would love to sit here and keep talking about Lorcana, the baby's down and I have 50 million things I can now do. Like fold laundry.
Laundry does get away from you. Any parents out there? They
Feeling our
say,
pain.
yeah. I mean, they say that everybody tells you like you do a lot more laundry when you have kids, and I think in my head I was like, I guess maybe that's true, but like, how true can it be? Because they're so small. Like, how much of a pain is that laundry really? Like, maybe you go through a couple outfits. Yeah, whatever. But no, it's totally true. And it's not just your laundry, but then they spit up on you. And so you change your shirt a couple
Yes.
times a
The
day.
plight of a parent.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
so,
So anyway, I'm gonna go watch this game in the living room while I fold laundry.
all right. I'll
And
be out in a
eat.
minute. I might watch one more game.
Okay.
This is fun. Yeah, I do. We did get the better the proper deck list now for Rudy Vasquez, who is in fact running an Amber Steel Song deck. You were all surprised. I'm gonna take a look at this Steel Song deck though and see what it's doing in set 3 here. So we do see the Kitas. I mean, that's obviously a new ad. So we have not only Kita Royal Warrior, kind of the shift target, but also Kita Protector of Atlantis, the legendary, which is interesting. I think I can see that play. I think it's kind of an anti, aggro play. Protects your singers on the board because again on Steel Song, your singers are your, I mean they're your resource. They're an ink replacement in many ways. So yeah. So I'm kind of excited to see that. I'd like to see that played. We also have the Robin Hoods, and Robin Hood is just bonkers for Steel Song. I think all Steel Song players saw this and realized, what it was going to do for them almost immediately. I think the rest of us, maybe took a little longer, but really it wasn't just the Robin Hood. It was a combination of the Floodborn Robin Hood and then the turn 1 Robin Hood, allowing you to waste your turn 1 play with a Robin Hood. Of course, that does replace Cinderella in the Steel Song deck, but then turn 2 you can do something else. Maybe Kita as a shift target, but then turn 3 you can shift Robin Hood and sing Whole New World on turn 3, which was just so good. So so that's being run in this deck anyway. So we have the Rapunzels, we have the Kita, and we have the Shift Robin Hood, and so interestingly, one copy of Chernabog in this deck here, in Rudy's deck on the right. So just taking a look and seeing what he did with his Steel Song list after Inklands came out, and those are some of the big changes. The one Chernabog I find fascinating. I would love to see it on the table. So yeah, one copy of Chernabog in this list. Let's see if it makes an appearance. And of course, looking at the songs, Bare Necessities, which I think is an obvious include in any Steel Song deck. Along came Zeus, which is the other one. And then, yeah, looking at Inkables, 11, 13, 14, 17 Uninkables, which is interesting. Maybe a little high, but nevertheless, that's what he's running in his deck. So here we are for those anybody who just popped in. This is game two of this match. We have Steel Song against Amethyst Sapphire, big ramp over there on the left. And yeah, this is the it's a 1K. It's been scaled down a little bit from a 1K, but this is a tournament being run um, by Get Some Game in Charlotte. Smaller turnout, but some great players there. In fact, I think every one of these players is a very good player, and we do know Zach Bivens. Recently launched his own YouTube channel. Is a player that we love to follow. Is there? And if you're watching now, don't hesitate to jump on Jack Patillo's stream later tonight. We'll be casting and commentating the top eight all the way through the finals, and with our overlays and cards and all that. So it'll be a lot of fun, and we'll get to see some great Lorcana play, later this evening on his stream. So definitely keep an eye out for that. But yeah, if you are here and you're just chilling on this Saturday, watching a little Lorcana with us, a little local Lorcana with us. I'm interested to know what you are building in Inklands. What are you excited to play? What deck did you immediately scramble to try to craft once you got your first Inklands cards? If you got your first Inklands cards, I want to know how the change in meta has kind of excited you. So feel free to let us know. Yeah, it's interesting. So we do see the shift Kita on the board there. So that's again one of the changes this set that one of the new cards Steel Song picked up now that they're running. So that's fun to see. Of course, used a bit for the defensive play here probably, but more just for the lore gain. Let's see here. Yeah, and so this, we're seeing again. This is what Steel Song does. It's two things. One, it's fill the board. Use whole new world. Another card draw to refill your hand, and then flood the board with singers and in some cases low cost characters. Here we're seeing kind of a go wide kind of strategy from the Steel Sun player, dropping a lot of low cost cards out there. Um, Try to get to 20. And then of course, all of those cards, well, not the low cost cards, but Cinderella's, Ariel's, any of the Floodborn become singers, and so you're gaining a resource advantage by providing yourself, singers that can sing the plethora of songs that you have in your deck. So where the big ramp deck over on the left, the Sapphire deck, is looking to gain a resource advantage through Sapphire Ramp, whether it's One Jump or Mickey Mouse Detective and some of the other cards we saw there. Haven't seen any Heart of Tafides yet, or Fishbone Quills, but we do see that oftentimes in ramp decks. Sapphire is gaining the lore advantage or the ink advantage through singers. And here we go, questing a little bit closer to 20 here. think it's going to be a hard task here for the Sapphire Amethyst player to close this out. Here we go, though. So I mean, that's one answer. Else is down on the board, and that's one of the things the big ramp is trying to do is try to get to the end game where there's enough ink available to play. Their big characters. Ideally, two of their big characters a turn, but try to Ursula, Elsa providing a little bit of an answer. But if I'm looking at it right, Steel Song there sitting at 19, and yeah, just not enough to close that out. So I think that's two games for the Steel Song player and Rudy. I think that is Rudy Vasquez. Well played game. It's Steel Song doing what Steel Song does, and going wide and singing songs, controlling the board, and closing out that game. So yeah, one thing I do appreciate too, I do appreciate the two Lorcana playmats. I don't know that I've seen that in a almost anywhere yet, even at my local scene. The playmats are just so hard to find these days that we don't often see them head to head like this. So, and Honey Wizard probably one of the hardest to find of all. So, this is kind of fun seeing the official merch repped here on this table. I appreciate it. We've managed to hunt down several playmats. We're missing two from the first chapter, both the ones that we really want from the first chapter. But they're in tubes right now on a shelf because they're so hard to find. They kind of became collector's items, and so now I've got them sitting on a shelf, not being used too often, which I should fix because that's not fair to those playmats. Got to use them for purpose. So let's take a look here at the take a look at the deck list here for the big ramp. For ramp cards, it's running in Mickey Mouse Detective. We have Grammatala, the Floodborn, um, which is making use of that, gaining lore off that ramp. One jump ahead. Um, yeah, I'm trying to see what else for ramp. Like Friend Like Me. Okay, so that's a big one here. So Friend Like Me would be a huge card with There are only two copies, but that obviously synergizes with Grandma Tala, giving 3 lore. But yeah, so not as much ramp. I do not see. Yeah, there are no in this big ramp deck. There's no Heart of Tefiti or Fishbone Quill. So we're not seeing two of the typical. Yeah. We're not seeing the typical, ramp items that we see in a lot of these ramp decks, which is interesting. But it is very top heavy. So the earliest play, there's no turn one play. Well, I don't. That's a lie. Popsicle is a turn one play in this ramp deck, and then on turn two you have Rewarding Fairy, giving you a little card draw if you're Floodborns. And then after that, it's 3 cost and above. So yeah, so this is an interesting deck. So it really wants to. It's going to start slow every time, and then it looks like what it really wants to do is, gosh, I mean, popsicle turn one, and yeah, it's going to start slow. So there's Mickey on turn three. That's probably what it definitely wants to do. And now we'll see if this deck can get enough ink to get to its bigger answers quickly, um, as the Steel Song deck looks to get the whole new world engine going. But I will say again, I one of the things I said earlier, one of the things I really appreciate about these local, tournaments is, we're going to see this is really where you test things out. These are the smaller events where you're going to bring a deck that you've been working on, you're kind of confident in, but you want to test it against some other skilled players. You think it's going to perform well, but maybe you're trying a different card or two out. It's different. We see kind of a different meta, a different flavor, a different feel, to some of these builds than you would perhaps in like a 100-player PPG tournament, or in a regional championship, or in an 8K in Atlanta. When people go there, they're generally going to bring the decks that they're most confident in, that have been, they've tested through and through. They know inside and out. They're the most consistent, and that's why oftentimes in those metas, in those tournaments, you see a lot of the same deck being played. It's because those decks have proven to be the most consistent. They're kind of a known quantity. People know how to pilot them, and so they bring them because they're, I don't want to say safe. Safe sounds like a negative, but they are safe. But here, in these fun little, local tournaments, even 1Ks, like, you're going to see people testing out, different decks and trying new things. And um, so yeah, so they're fun to watch. And sometimes this is the cutting edge of the meta. We're seeing decks perhaps played that, will become new meta decks. But here we have a whole new world being sung, refilling the hand. And yeah, I will say, um, probably not, there's not as many singers, on the board as uh, Rudy would probably like. But here we have seeing bare necessities. And this, I love. I mean, this is the play that I think a lot of people were excited about when bare necessities was revealed. Obviously, it's an amber song, so it immediately slotted into a steel song deck. And being able to play it immediately after Whole New World does two things for you. One, you can pull out, one of the best songs that they drew, or the best song they drew. But two, you can immediately gain an understanding of what their script is for the next few turns, because you get a look at their hand like right after their refill. So the Bam Bam, Whole New World, bare necessities, I think is a really feel good play, for these steel song lists. Yeah, Killer 93. I tell you, the Amber Amethyst, it's probably my favorite starter deck to play. It just is. And part of it is because there's just some good cards in there. It has Friends from the Other Side, which is just one of my favorite cards in the game, and a lot of people's favorite card in the game. So it never feels like you're running out of gas with it. You always, feels like you are refilling your hand. The Flotsam Jetsam combo are just good. They don't always come out, but they're just good. Same with the Mickey and Broom combo. You don't always get it, but when you do, it's just good if you set it up right. So, like, it has a lot of little fun little synergies, that sometimes pay off and win you games. And with friends, it just never feels like you're falling behind. So it's and with Maleficent, like Maleficent turn 3, friends on turn 4, just feels good. So, like, it's just a fun starter deck. And every time people ask me my favorite, I love the theminess of the newer ones, like Dog and Dynamic with all the puppies, or the Wizards duel in set 2, which the name I'm forgetting. But the Madam M Merlin deck, um, Magic and Mayhem, maybe, is that right? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I'm gonna go with Magic and Mayhem. But I always go back to that Amber Amethyst deck, and it's just what I want to. That's the deck I want to play if ever anybody gives me starter deck options. It's my favorite. Yeah, so this is fun. So go back to the game. Sorry for the distraction there. But no, this is I'm enjoying this game a lot. I really am enjoying this, watching this big ramp deck list. It's not one that I'm super familiar with. So Steel Song we've seen, many times. It is fun watching the new deck click. There's another new ad that we see Pluto, used to ramp, which has made its way into this list. I don't know that that's a super popular addition to many Steel Song lists, because I think a lot of them would like to play either the shift target, Robin Hood on turn one or Cinderella on turn one. Um, but uh, but I am enjoying watching this big ramp list because it's something kind of new-ish, and so I'm kind of enjoying seeing how it works. Um, yeah, so there's Grandma Tala. Grandma Tala, of course, this deck is probably built around Grandma Tala as kind of the finisher, getting her on board. There we see the payoff immediately, singing a whole new world, which gives you an ink, which gives you a lore. So with Grandma Tala on the board, um, this deck, I think, obviously clicks a little more. That's probably really what this deck is designed to do, is kind of ramp a little bit, get Grandma Tal on the board as early as possible, and then you're squeezing out some questing with your characters, but then also, um, you know, you're uh, you're gaining that extra little bit of lore, not only off your ramp cards, but then every turn, it's kind of a clock. Uh, every turn you can ink a card, so your opponent kind of has to respond to that. It's a slow clock, but it's a clock nonetheless. Yeah, we go. Really taking a moment here, kind of think about this play. The Stitch package is one that we don't see in every Steel Song deck, but we do see it in this one. Um, there are a lot of low cost cards in this list. So there's Stitches singing, grab your swords, putting a little bit of damage across the board there. Um, but Stitch is not, you don't see it in every Steel Song list, but it fits the build so well because in a deck, if it's running a number of low cost characters, and this Steel Song list seems to be running a lot more two or less characters than some lists that we see, or many lists that we see. But as you're wheeling and you're refilling your hand, um, it allows you to just put a lot on the board very very quickly as you get to replace those two cost or less characters that you're playing with Stitch. So it's fun when it works in these Steel Song decks. So I'll be interested to see if Rudy can make full use of it here. Here comes Ursula. Um, one fun note on Ursula, just because I jogged my memory. I was talking a lot earlier about Inklands cards, which are having an outsized impact on formats. One card that is definitely doing well, and I think people kind of knew that it was going to be good. I think it's surprising some people about how good it is Kit Cloud Kicker. Um, this card is just very, very good on curve to bounce early answers and stuff. But then even late game, I've seen Kit Cloud Kicker doing a lot of work against Ursula's. And oftentimes Ursula is not a card that you love to return to your opponent's hand because they get to play it again and they get that enter the game or enter play effect again. But still, Ursula on the board, is able to quest for 3 lore, and she's sometimes you want to get rid of her, and forcing your opponent to spend an entire turn playing her again sometimes feels good. So Kid Cloud Kicker in Emerald decks is just such a good card, and you think about playing him on curve oftentimes. But even I forgot that, like, late game, he's an answer against these weird, low strength, high willpower cards like Ursula. Um, so anyway, it's fun. I love that card. Emeralds didn't need too much more help, and they got a great bounce card with Kit. So here we go. Here we go with the spell book in play here, and spellbook is going to be a problem. We talked about with Grandma Tala that clock. every turn you're one lore closer to winning with being able to ink one card with Tala, and you know absent of questing, you're that much closer to victory. Spellbook just advances that clock, so every turn it's a lore, and you're one step closer to winning. So um and the problem for Rudy too is, item removal is still, I think, at a bit of a premium in Lorcana. And of course, Steel has Benja as an item answer, but I'm pretty sure that Rudy's not running any. So probably no answer for the spellbook there. And so we're really on a 10 turn clock now, to for that ramp player to close out the game. Ursula there left on the board. No answer for that. 8 willpower ready character. So, and here comes another one. So, yeah, Rudy's got to have some answers quick. And there's really not much. There are some singers on the board. So a wheel with a few. Along came Zeus, perhaps, but that's a lot. It's a lot to remove. It's a lot of willpower to deal with. For anyone just joining us, this is round two of 5 Swiss rounds, being run by Get Some Game. This is a local tournament being run in Charlotte, North Carolina. It started as 1K. It's been scaled back a little bit, but some excellent players there. Zach Bivens is there, and several other really really talented players. So we are going to cut to the top 8 later this evening, and then Jack Patillo and Aaron and I will bring you a stream with full overlay and commentary and all the bells and whistles, and we're excited about that. But for now, we're just kind of chilling and enjoying, some local Lorcana meta, watching some talented players play the new some Into the Inklands cards, seeing how the meta's shaken up and what people are brewing. So, yeah. So I'll be chatting with you for a bit, off and on, as I get stuff done around the house. But this is just a fun Saturday afternoon, chill and watch some paper Lorcana. Right now, we're watching, two very talented players. We have a Sapphire, Amethyst, big ramp deck there on the left, and then a Steel Song deck there on the right. Um, so I want to get you their players' names. So that's Rudy Vasquez on the Steel Song deck, and then Nicholas Thompson there playing big ramp there on the left. So watching this play out. This is their third game. So there we go. Strength of Raging Fire. Just one short, but grab your swords to finish off Ursula there. And then here goes Nicholas. It always feels bad when you leave an Ursula on the board. This late in the game, able to scoop up 3 lore, but that 8 willpower is just so much to deal with, which is one of the reasons, as I mentioned before, I click Cloud Kicker. Just another great card. Don't want to deal with Ursula's 8 lore. That's okay. Here you have a 3 cost card that can get rid of her, and make your opponent play her again, which is just good. So, um, yeah, love Kit. All right, there we go to 17 spellbook there, able to take Nicholas to 18, and that's 2 turns away from victory with the spellbook. So, um, fortunately, Rudy with 4 lore, it's a lot for him to close out. Of course, there's still answers, but this is going to make it even harder. Grandma Tala, the lore on her is part of the problem. Allowing her to close out the game, but also, the fact that she gives you an ink when you or a lore when you ink, just like this here. There's another lore from that card going into the inkwell, and then there's spellbook to take it to 19. And really, that should be game, only because there's no, I don't think there's any answer for the item there for spellbook in the Steel Song list. Um, Maybe there. I took a look at the list. I didn't see Benja. Maybe he's in there and I missed it. But yeah, this is just a lot to deal with. And there it is. You love to see the sportsmanship. You love to see it. And that's another thing I love about these local events. You know, many of these players know each other. They've played together in tournaments, and they're not interested in any sort of guff. But yeah, no, that's great. That was a fun match. Fun match. Gosh, so yeah, so that's fun. So Steel Song, as everyone knows, Steel Song, a list that we've seen, quite a bit. It was popular in in set one. It was just as popular in set two, if not more so. And now in set three, it got a lot of new cards that just make it just as good, if not better. And so it's a list that we'll see quite a bit. So kind of fun to see something kind of new. I haven't seen, certainly in the last meta, a Sapphire Amethyst, like big ramp or ramp deck wasn't something we saw terribly often. Steel Sapphire, of course, but yeah, so it's kind of fun seeing that deck do well. So, all right. So for those of you watching, we are now between rounds. We're probably pretty close to round three, given how long those games took. We're gonna take a break. I'm gonna throw on some music here. I'm gonna go take care of a couple things. Maybe come back for round three. I appreciate anybody who's hanging out and watching. Let's get these captions up here. Let people who come in know what we're doing. It's kind of a fun. It's just a fun Saturday watching local meta. From Charlotte, North Carolina. Um, Watching players play some into the Inklands brews. Just chill, relax, and yeah, watch some paper Lorcana. Feel free to ask any questions in the chat. We're in and out, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you have, um, or display any comments you might have on the rounds. And who knows, maybe we'll bring some guests in here later on. But thanks for hanging out with us, and we'll be back in just a little bit. Let me find. Let's do this. Nope, I don't like that. We're gonna do this. That's the vibe I was looking for. What do you think? All right. All right, y'all. Round three will be starting soon. And until then, I'm going to take a step back, and I'll see you in a few. All right. I keep saying I'm going to go and let the stream play and do other stuff and let you all enjoy some Lorcana with some sweet lo-fi music. But man, it's fun watching Lorcana and just bantering. I do love, just one more time, I do love these local metas. I do love these local games. I just got a fun note, for those who were watching last round, that ramp, that Sapphire Amethyst ramp deck that was played that ended up winning. I got we got a comment here in the chat. It was Balloons, who's pretty active on Twitter and other social media platforms. A Lorcana player who is piloting that deck, and yeah, it says that the deck defies logic. I agree. It defies logic. You look at it and it's slow. It doesn't make sense. There's like cards that you expect to be in a ramp deck, and you're like, I don't see that card. I don't see, Heart of Tefiti. I don't see, that card. And then you watch it play, and somehow it wins. Fascinating. So I'm super interested to talk with you about that deck list later, balloons. Although I'm sure you're deep into round 4 now, but yeah, maybe you'll join us later and tell us a little bit about that list. Better get rid of this caption here. All right, so here we go with the next round. Um, so I'm getting a report from the tournament organizers. As you all probably hear my daughter in the background. The one player, Ryan Ori, is on an Emerald Steel deck. I think that's, Ryan is seems to be there on the right, unless we have a mirror. And we'll see what the other one's playing here shortly. Okay, so it is Emerald Steel on Emerald Amethyst. We see Adam Arago, who we saw in round 1 over there, with the Winnie the Pooh mat on the left, playing the Emerald Amethyst bounce deck, which is a very popular deck in the current meta. There comes Cloud Kicker, one of the cards we talked about earlier, just so good, especially on the curve, bouncing your opponent's early stuff, especially if you're setting up an Ursula play. A couple morphs coming out on turn 4 there. A couple nice shift targets. This is an interesting matchup. I do think this is a matchup that we're going to see more and more in the meta. I think these are two of the decks that everybody are expecting to be, some of the top decks in the current meta. Steel Song I think will still hang around, but the bounce list right now is very good, and I don't know if everybody's considering that the top, but if it's not the top, it's close to, close to it. And then the Steel Emerald deck as well, which I don't know. I've heard different, pro players say that, that the Emerald Steel is the best, and others say that the Amethyst Emerald is the best. And so, in any case, these could be the top two. The Emerald Steel deck is interesting. It's not. It runs some discard cards, of course, the Ursulas, which I feel like you have to run. And then there's some others. Oftentimes, you run Bucky in them as well to get some value off your Floodborns, but it's not like a pure discard deck. It has board control though, and so what it's doing is kind of applying, control both to the board and to your hand simultaneously. So it's not focusing on one purely, like a pure bird control, a pure board control deck, or a pure like hand control deck, but it does a little bit of both. So it's kind of an interesting list in that regard. And I haven't taken a look at this list either to see, which version Ryan's running. There we have the Storm Rage on, get rid of Kit, and the rabbits on the board there giving Adam, a little extra breathing room with his hand size. And that's one of the things that the rabbit is just such a good card. I mean, it represents, two cards drawn. So it's board presence and then two cards. So which really gives it an edge against a lot of these decks with the where discard is part of its script, part of its game plan, like this steel emerald deck here. um Adam being able to draw two cards off of each of those Merlins, gives him some extra breathing room, a couple extra cards to discard should Bucky come into play, or he get hit with more Ursulas than he would like. Genie down with the bounce. And here we go, morph into the inkwell. That's one of the dangers of bouncing floodborne characters. When you return two cards, to your opponent's hand, oftentimes, in the later game, that lower value shift target becomes a great card to ink. Um, I've seen in lists, and in an interview we did recently with a pro player, where they would oftentimes bounce their own shifted characters in order to, get that card underneath that shift target, um, to then use for ink, and then they'd replay, the higher value Floodborn, at full cost. So bounce removal, I have always loved it. I mean, it does feel a little bit worse than sending it to your opponent's discard pile, but still, bouncing a high cost character and forcing your opponent to spend a whole turn replaying it, is still very good. But against a shifted character, it does give your opponent um, an extra card that they can then turn into ink. I'm taking a look here at this deck list just to see what we have going on in the Emerald Steel deck. 'Cause I'm curious. So a little quiet there for a little bit as I take in this game and look at deck lists, and also give my my uh, daughter in the background there. We're having a rough week. She's been a little under the weather, and so has been a little extra fussy, and so letting her calm down a little bit there, um, in the background. One interesting I'll offer, looking at these lists and the meta we've seen today is, locations are such an interesting add to the game, and a lot of us were waiting to see, as the meta developed, how much locations would infiltrate, various decks, whether or not they were must-haves or whether or not, you'd have one or two utility locations per deck, kind of like you had, with items. Generally decks might have one or two utility items per deck unless you're built around, items like an item slinger deck or whatever. Um, and generally, I think what we've seen is there are a few decks that are location centric, like built around them. And other than those, I mean, in a lot of these popular lists, like we're seeing with these two right here, the bounce list and then the Emerald Steel list, there's no locations. They're just not. Um, they're just not. I don't know. They're just not necessary. They're not must runs. Um, And so in some decks, they're kind of augmenting what you're doing and they help a little bit. I think some aggro decks, are that way. But um, in general, I think I don't know. They're really fun additions to the game because they provide, greater variance in the I think in the meta right now. They allow for different decks to be run. Whether they're the addition of location centered decks or just like riffs on, other decks, but we're just not seeing them like auto includes in like a lot of the top meta decks. There's not like one location, like let's say the Queen's Castle or Palace or Throne Room, or wherever the one where you draw cards, um, where it's just like an auto include in every Amethyst deck. So I don't know, it's just kind of neat. And here are the bounce list in kind of full swing. The list can steel is so oppressive with grab your swords and big tank and a lot of its direct removal that it's just so hard to play against for most aggro matchups. The bounce matchup though, um, it is capable of going fast early. You see Cursed Merfolk there, which is a great, early game card to apply. There's a little bit of aggro pressure, but there's just such good like mid game with rabbits that can kind of extend things out. Kit, in the early to mid, which can kind of slow down your opponents and kind of draw out the game. That um, I don't know. The bounce list can really survive the steel onslaught, I guess, and kind of slowly, instead of flooding the board, just wait, kind of build lore little by little, and then when they feel like the steel has expended a lot of their answers, like Adam seems to have come to that conclusion, then play out, most of your hand and kind of try to close it out. So um, you know, obviously a big tank and a grab your swords. Couple of those cards would be great here right now, but it looks like the steel, emerald player is through most of that and is now hoping to draw into, some of that removal with the two beasts. It probably needs to, definitely needs to challenge into something here. Unfortunately, leaving that beast exposed. Um, there go the merfolk. Yep. And they're actually talk all about the dearth of locations in some of these, meta decks. Of course, there we see, that the location I was talking about. Um, Getting played. Just looking at the list. Yeah, Queen's Castle is just so good. Um, all right. So that was game one, I believe. Again, these are two decks, Emerald Steel and the Amethyst Emerald Bounce, which are um, near the probably two of the most popular. Or I wouldn't say most popular. Let's say the decks that a lot of experienced players are the most high on right now, coming into the Inklands. The ones people are tinkering with, who they think are going to be, some of the top meta decks in the format this time around. Along with some of the established players, which may gain a little bit or lose a little bit of influence. The usual suspects, Ruby Amethyst and Steel Song, to name a few. But so it's a fun matchup to watch these. I will say, Amethyst Emerald Bounce is a list that I was high on during set one. I loved that list. It was a ton of fun. Those were simpler times back then when one set was out. But I'm kind of glad to see it make a resurgence here and get some tools, because I just think it's a super fun list to play. And it's one of my faves. So I kind of liked it when it was slightly off meta though, and it was just like, you know, you'd see one in an eight cut every now and then, but it wasn't like constantly topping tournaments. It's more fun to play. I think those kind of slightly off meta decks. There's meta decks, but like they're not the tier one, tier two, let's say tier two meta decks. Um, but all right, I'm gonna for those of you watching, thanks for hanging out with me. Saturday, chilling, watching some Lorcana. I'm actually gonna step away for a minute. I'm gonna put on, a little bit of music, let you watch this round here. I gotta go help with the little one for a little bit. Um, again, if you joined us after the last round, this is just, we're excited to kind of host this stream. It's a local tournament in Charlotte, North Carolina, by Get Some Games. There's some great players playing there. Zach Bivens is there. Some other pro players. Balloons, who's a pretty prolific. He's pretty prolific on social media, very good Lorcana player. So some great players playing. So we're excited to host it, the stream on our channel, to allow you all to see some great local Lorcana play as we watch the Into the Inklands meta develop. So not doing, full commentary, but we're just hanging, we're chilling, we're watching some Lorcana, we're listening to some lo-fi, and taking in some great paper play. So these lists will be available later, and don't miss, when we cut to the top eight later today after the next two rounds. We'll be streaming with Jack Patillo on his Twitch channel, streaming all of the top eight games, and we're going to get to see who wins this tournament. It'll be some excellent play, and we can't wait to see you there. So thanks for hanging out with us, and I'll be back in a little while. Enjoy the rest of round three. All right. Looks like we're getting set for round four here. Um, if you're here hanging out with us on a Saturday, watching some Lorcana, thanks for hanging out. Um, we're excited to host this stream on our channel. This is a tournament being hosted by Get Some Game in Charlotte, North Carolina. It started as a 1K. It's scaled back a little, but they're playing for some cash prizes and Enchanted, some other great prizes, and some great players there. Great players there. We've been highlighting throughout the day, including Adam Arago and Zach Bivens, who recently launched his own YouTube channel. You should go check it out. Zach Bivens is an excellent Lorcana player, former um, like Pokemon Pro, too, who has some excellent deck techs, and he's kind of a Steel Song master. So I don't know that we've seen Zach though at the top table. Oh, I take it back. This is Zach. This is Zach now playing. So this is our first Zach match. If it is, unless there are two Zachs, and I'm getting confused. So, Zach Bivens, again, former Pokemon Pro, master of Steel Song. So I'm interested to see if we're seeing, if we're going to see Steel Song here, or if he's playing something else. Round four, just starting. Sorry, coordinating with some folks. So it should be fun. So on the left, we have Nicholas Thompson, aka Balloons. We've seen this deck before. This is a big ramp Amethyst Sapphire deck. This deck, as he describes it, defies logic. It's a really interesting ramp deck. It doesn't have a lot of the normal ramp. Well, it has some of their normal ramp tools, but not a lot of the normal ramp tools that we're used to seeing. That has Floodborn Grandma Tala in there and some other, odd cards, and it somehow works. We've seen him take a round already on camera, and he seems to be doing pretty well today. So, fascinating list. We'll see how it does here. And then on the right, we have Zach Bivens, who's not playing his signature Steel Song deck. He's playing Emerald Steel. Emerald Steel. Let's take a look at the list here. Emerald Steel, Morph, Ursula, Kit. I mean, it's a standard. I think it's a pretty standard Emerald Steel list that we're seeing in the meta right now. This deck uses Bucky and Ursula, Deceiver for a little discard pressure. It's not a discard deck like we kind of saw last season. It rather it does have some cards which hit you in the hand. It's designed to control the board through removal spells, songs, and cards, but also put some pressure on your hand. And so it's kind of doing dual things. It's pressuring your hand, forcing you to discard cards, getting rid of some of your card advantage, and at the same time it's controlling the board a little bit. So kind of a grindy deck, but seems to be very popular right now. And there's some people who I've heard claim that it is one of the best decks in the meta right now, if not the best deck in the current meta. Although I think it's battling Amethyst Emerald in the minds of many players right now for that best deck spot. Meanwhile, a lot of the old favorites continue to hang around. Steel Song, and then Ruby Amethyst Control are still around. So yeah. This is great. So anyway, here we are, round four. Been a fun day so far. Seen some standard decks, some interesting decks, and here we go with with one of those matchups, kind of a what I would call a standard deck versus a weird a weird ramp deck that just seems to work. So Ruler School TGG, no. So I'll say this: I don't have the full tournament list with me. We've seen 3 rounds on camera so far. This is the 4th. So I've seen 7 or 8 different lists. There are not that many players in this tournament. I think they only had 15 come in. Now I will say they're all 15 excellent players, so that we're really seeing some top caliber Lorcana. But but we haven't seen yet on the top table one of those Jafar combo decks, and I don't know that there are any in the tournament today. So perhaps we'll see some in the top eight. We are later on today. We're gonna when we cut to the top eight, we're gonna cut this stream and we're gonna jump over to Jack Patillo's Twitch channel, where Jack and Aaron and I are gonna stream the top eight. With full commentary overlay, all the bells and whistles. It's going to be a great time, and perhaps we'll see a combo deck in the top eight, because we certainly haven't seen every deck in the tournament yet. But no, we have not seen one at the top table yet. And wow, these players are cooking. This is one of the fun things when you get two players, who are experienced, who know their deck, who know the meta, who know their opponents, perhaps. I mean, they play quick. They know what they want to do, especially through the first, 4 turns. They know their script, and they play fast. Friend to the other side, one of my favorite cards in the game. I don't think that card will ever go away. It's just too good. All right, now Zach Bivens coming back. This ramp deck, I'm going to talk about it again. Like it's a strange deck. It has very few early game plays. The only first turn play is a popsicle. I think the only turn 2 play is a fairy godmother. There may be 1 or 2 songs, but it really doesn't have much that's going to hit the board and stick until around turn 3 and 4. So it's a fascinating deck because it kind of definitely sacrifices um, early board presence in favor of some early game ramp with 1 jump and maybe a detective Mickey, and then really doesn't start clicking until late game. So I would venture to guess it's pretty vulnerable to aggro. But the Emerald Steel deck is more a mid-range deck, and so I think this is a decent matchup for this ramp deck. Aggro, I imagine, though, is got to be a bit of a bear. 2 Buckies on the board, though, that's kind of brutal, and then Singing a Whole New World. Yeah. So Zach's now taking a look to see what was discarded by his opponent. And this is a few things. I mean, one, it kind of tells him what resources available. But in this particular instance, given that the player on the left here is playing a kind of a non-standard deck, one that we don't see terribly often. Zach is kind of learning about his opponent's deck right now. He's getting an idea for what cards are actually in this deck, as he looks through the discard pile there. So 2 Buckies in the board is oppressive against any deck that isn't running, some sort of AoE removal like Tinkerbell or Grab Your Swords, or of course Be Prepared. But the ability, and this deck, this Steel Emerald deck is heavy on Floodborn. And so, I mean, Zach really with the ability to knock 2 cards out of his opponent's hand every time he plays a Floodborn, that starts to sting after just a little bit. There we go. Another Beast Tragic Hero here. So, again, Floodborn coming out, knocking 2 cards out of, oh gosh, hold on. Names are bad. Nicholas. That's Nicholas on the left. Nicholas Thompson. I know him as Balloons on Twitter. So Beast coming down, knocking 2 cards out of Nicholas's hand. And then, of course, that gives Zach a little bit of a draw engine here. So, he's probably feeling pretty good. Although, again, the thing about this deck on the left is it has a ton of top end. There's Ursula's in there. There's Elsa's in there. And near the end of the game, Nicholas is going to get access to, a lot of these big cards, which can kind of stall Zach out, with the Ursula, knocking down, Zach's lore. And then, Elsa locking down the board a little bit too. So so Zach over there with what we like to call, a full grip, although in this instance, full grip, plus it seems like it's a lot of cards, a lot of options. Let's see which way the game goes here. All right. Sorry. I take a second, I look at deck lists, I start diving into it, and yeah, I get distracted. So this is where this big ramp deck kind of hits its stride. It's really in the late game. Access to Ursula's, again, the Pinocchios, but then Elsa also in there as kind of an answer. So Zach here kind of making maximum use of the plethora of cards he has available in his hand, going wide a little bit. Of course, the Nicholas there without steel um, or Ruby doesn't have any sort of mass, board clearing ability. So Zach free to go wide a little bit here. Of course, the one of the advantages of going wide is not only is it put pressure like lore pressure on potentially if you want to close out the game. But I think Zach knows that with Ursula's in there, with Elsa's and other and Hades even with high willpower characters, one of his cards he uses to remove those to deal damage is Strength of Raging Fire, which deals damage equal to the number of characters in play. So it really behooves Zach to try to build up a few characters on the board here so that that song becomes even more powerful, allowing him to do the damage necessary to move some of these larger characters. Yeah. Yeah, we've reached a new phase of the game. Anytime we're playing, against a deck that runs Buckies, when you reach the point of the game where Buckies are questing, you've reached a late stage phase of the game where you're either trying to close it out or perhaps you've exhausted your opponent's hand. So the Buckies are just not doing much work anymore as a discard engine. So um, we've we've reached that point. Um, one fun comment I'll highlight for anybody watching. After last round or 2 rounds ago, we actually saw Nicholas's deck, this Sapphire up, and there is the scoop. All right. Um, I'm not clear. I get an answer from the judge. That was hmm, seemed premature, but Zach took game one. So it looks like, yeah, just too much on the board um, for um, for Nicholas to deal with. And it looks like he scooped and gave Zach the win there in game one. Um, so anyway, as I was going to say before, for anyone who stuck with us through previous rounds, they saw this comment earlier, but Nicholas playing that Amethyst Sapphire ramp deck. After the round, we were commenting on kind of what a strange build it seemed to be and how it didn't quite make sense to us, but it was working. It was very strange, and the player Nicholas popped up in our comments and said, "Hey, yeah, that was me running the Sapphire Amethyst. Friend built the list. Deck defies logic." And it does. It's a cool list. It's fun to watch. It also defies logic. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Um, the list is fascinating. Like I said, to beat a dead horse, say something I said earlier, but the deck doesn't do much through the first few turns. It has the only turn one play, that Nicholas has is a popsicle. And on turn two, he's really looking to one jump ahead, two cost song, because the only other two cost option he has is Blue Fairy, 1/1 evasive that allows you to draw a card whenever you play a Floodborn. I mean, it's not a terrible play, of course, but um, I venture to guess that this deck wants to ramp, and so it's really looking for one jump ahead if it can get it there, on turn two. But those are the only two turn two options. So, really, unless the through turn three, the only possible character that you can have on the board is the Blue Fairy on turn two. Turn three, it opens up a little bit with Merlin Crab or Mickey Mouse Detective. Um, but that's it. Or there's one copy of Spellbook, but that's probably not an early game play. So again, like this deck is not doing much on the board through the first 3 or 4 turns, and then hopefully with a Mickey Mouse Detective and perhaps one jump ahead on turn two and three, it kind of the options open up on turns five and beyond, or even four and beyond, with a little bit of ramp. After that, there's a lot more available. One of the things this deck is trying to do is take advantage of Grandma Tala, the Floodborn character that gives you a lore every time you put a card in your inkwell. That card is in here. However, there's no shift target for it, so it has to be played, for 7. But when it comes into play, it starts to give you a little extra lore for some of your ramp spells or ramp cards, and then your one ink a turn. That combined with the spell book allows you to kind of eke out the game at the end. But it's just a strange list. It's just a strange list. But ultimately, it needs to ramp and needs to get access to its big cards. So here we have friends going into the inkwell, another popsicle. A couple popsicles on the board. Um, allowing Nicholas to draw some extra cards. Get closer to the cards he needs. I venture to guess he would have wanted a one jump ahead here on turn two, but didn't have it. There we have Morph. Morph, one of the cards that makes this Steel Emerald deck so good. There are a ton of Floodborn available. One of the big ones I'll highlight is Beast Tragic Hero, which is just such a good steel card, and it never had a really good shift target. So Morph providing that answer, in this set. Um, so here we have the spellbook on turn three. Again, I don't know that spellbook is a fantastic early gameplay. I think people like to use it later to close out the game, but of course it is uninkable and it just sits in your hand like a rock. So getting it out, early, if that's a card, especially that Nicholas wanted to make sure he didn't lose, he only has one of them. Didn't want to lose it to a whole new world. I can understand playing it on turn three, but again, in this ramp deck, we haven't seen any ramp yet, and so I do think that's something that he would have preferred to do, is ramp if he had the cards available. But there's a bit of it now. One jump ahead, getting him an extra ink, and then getting him a lore and starting the 20 turn clock to 20 lore that the spell book provides. I'm going to take a look at Zackless here and see if there's an answer for that spell book. Just out of curiosity. No. Um, nope. Nope. There's really two answers in Sapphire or in Steel that you see occasionally. It's Benja. This list isn't running any Benjas, and then there's the Titans song or spell or card action, which is name I forget. So if you're access to the comments, you want to remind me. But whatever the Titans one that destroys items or locations, whatever it's called, it's not in this list. So yeah, no answer for the spell book there. So 20 turns and one ink a turn, and Nicholas can close this out with the spell book. Here we go. So this is another interesting man. This deck is so interesting. There we have Stem Gaston. I like to call him, or I heard him referred to once, and I thought it was hilarious. So I've continued to refer to him as that ever since. Yeah, not a card we see run terribly often, but has a home, in this list. Of course, developed brain, it's a play on develop your brain. Gaston, when he's played, allows you to look at the top three cards of your deck. You put one into your hand, the rest in the bottom of your deck in any order. So allows you to kind of look and find an answer that you need, but also with 3 lore. So interesting card, but gives you 3 lore on the board. So allows you to put, a little bit of lore pressure on mid game if that's what you're looking to do. We have Tragic Beast singing Along Came Zeus. Um, Taking out that 3 lore Gaston as mentioned, but at least the card draw value is there, and at least he got that card out of Zach's hand. But yeah, I would offer, in this instance, the Emerald Steel deck is doing exactly what Emerald Steel does. It's applying a little bit of hand pressure here with the Ursulas, with the Buckies, and controlling the board, and Nicholas here trying to get access to his late game cards. This is a ramp deck, and has a lot on the top end, Ursulas and Elsas, and you know several other end game cards that. That he'd like to be able to use, that are difficult to remove, with Steel's, damage based removal, um, but just not quite able to get there yet. So, Zach currently seems to be in control of this board. All right, if I see some people popping in, for anybody just popping in for a look at what's going on, we're in game 2 of round 4 of a 5-round Swiss tournament at Get Some Game in Charlotte, North Carolina. In this game, we have Emerald Steel. We have Zach Bivens there of Steel Song fame piloting the deck on the right, and then on the left is Nicholas Thompson piloting a Sapphire Amethyst big ramp deck. Very, very top heavy deck, and we're waiting for it to get going here. One of the things that makes it the Steel Song deck, or I'm sorry, not the Steel Song deck, but the Steel Emerald deck, difficult to play against is it does apply a little bit of hand pressure, not a ton, but just enough that it's very hard to, without some additional card draw, or a decent amount of additional card draw, to get to kind of an end game, state. So you can see what happened to Nicholas here. Like his hand, it looks to be exhausted, and he has some late game answers, but was never able to get to even 7 ink. So just being bled, a couple cards, here and there by Bucky and the Floodborn, and then Ursula, deprived him. It doesn't deprive just of cards, of options. It deprives you of resources, and prevents you from getting to that end game boards, or ink reserve that some of these top end decks need to close out the game. So And that's what we saw here. So here we have Zach Bivens. Follow him on. You can follow him on Twitter or YouTube now with his own YouTube channel there on the right. And then on the left, you have Nicholas, who also goes by Balloons with a Z on Twitter. Two pretty well known players. You can follow either one of them going head to head here. One with kind of an experimental list, which I'm super excited to see in the top eight because it's just fun. And then Zach there piloting an Emerald Steel deck of a pretty traditional list. And so Zach's pretty much a lock to reach the top eight at this point. So we look forward to seeing him there. So I mentioned it earlier for those who were so inclined. We're going to keep the stream going through the next round. We have one more round, round 5 of this Swiss tournament, and then we're going to cut to the top 8. So just for fun, since they're on stream, it looks like we're going to get a fun game from Zach and Nicholas. So they're breaking out 2 decks. So we're going to get to see some fun. These are 2 decks that they really wanted to play, and since they rushed through their round, it looks like we've got some sort of dwarf Mufasa. Okay, so this is a kind of a Mufasa. Probably roulette deck there on the left, and then Zach bringing out I don't know what. So this is gonna be a fun little bonus game, which I'm really excited for. Okay, so okay, so here's what happened here. So it seems that Zach is going to play Nicholas's ramp deck that he just played against, and then Nicholas pulled out an Emerald Amber Mufasa deck. So we're gonna get to see a fun little bonus game here on round 4. But like I was saying earlier, we have one more round. We're gonna have round 5 that we're gonna keep here on the channel. We're gonna keep the stream going. I'll hang with you a little bit. I'll chat with you a little bit. This is low key. We're just having a good time, chatting, talking about Lorcana, watching a fun local tournament. But then when we cut to the top 8, we're gonna jump over to Jack Patillo. His Twitch channel. I believe it's at Jack_P or at Jack P or whatever. If you search Jack Patillo on Twitch, you'll find him. And we're gonna have a top 8 stream with all the bells and whistles. We're gonna bring that to you so we can watch these excellent players battle it out, for the top spot in this fun little local tournament. So I encourage you to jump over there and check it out because it's gonna be great. We're excited to bring you these local tournaments, these fun games. Paper Lorcana, playing cards in person is very different than playing online through some sort of digital platform. Your ability to read the player, the need to remember triggers, it's a very different game. And so it's really, really fun when we get to, but it's harder to bring you these games digitally, right? Like over a stream, it requires a camera setup, it requires, some tech. And it's a lot more difficult than screen sharing to bring you some sort of digital card game. And so when we have the opportunity and we can partner with stores, like Get Some Game, to bring you local tournaments like this so we can watch paper play and we can watch 2 players sit down across from each other, look each other in the eye, and duke it out, with decks that they built, paper cards. We really like to do that because it's fun and I think you can learn a lot watching, these paper matchups. You can learn things that you may not get, with a digital through a digital platform. So we're happy to host the stream today, and for anybody who's hung out with us for, a little bit of it or all of it or 5 minutes of it, thanks for joining us as we just, give some very light commentary and just kind of chill and watch some Lorcana. So I do wonder, just have to wonder here. So in this scenario, Nick, on the right there, just beat this ramp deck that he's now playing that Nicholas, built and brought. if you're Nicholas, are you hoping to win this game or are you hoping to lose this game? Right? Like, do you want your deck that you brought, your kind of like off meta, like kind of fun deck that's performing well, but lost last round? Do you want this deck to like do you want to get crushed by it, as Zach's playing it to kind of like validate, the deck choice, and show what it's supposed to do? Or are you hoping to like to beat it, and take down Zach Bivens, one of the best players, in Lorcana right now? I don't know. I don't know what the I don't know what I'd be hoping for. I'd probably be hoping to lose. Yeah, Nick said he's undecided, as to which he prefers. So here we go. I mean, this is super fun. So this Mufasa deck seems to be clicking. I mean, it's so tough to say for me whether this ramp deck is on script or off script because it's not designed to do much on the board for the first few turns. So, um, yeah, just I mean, a lot of pressure there by the Mufasa deck, and yeah, Zach just couldn't get it clicking. It's an interesting build. It's an interesting build. That was fun. I I will say we did watch Zach, win that round. Oh, I think we're gonna see another match. This is fun. Um, we did see Zach win that round, but several rounds ago, we did watch Nick, with this big ramp deck, do really well. And this deck, it was one of the you're watching the game, and the again, it's really slow. So as you're watching the game develop, it never felt like Nicholas had like full control of the board. But then all of a sudden, when it got to the end game and the big hitters were available, like something happened. You're like, oh my goodness, like he's actually and like 2 games in a row, took the game. Um, it's fast when it works. It's really kind of fascinating. Um, so yeah, so here we have another bonus game this round before we get into round five. Um, Getting ready for the finals. Um, it's pretty fun. So let's see how it goes here. So Zach now breaking out the Mufasa lemon lime deck. Hey Melody Gaming, nice to see you. We have shout in the chat here, Melody Gaming from the Philippines. Welcome to the stream. We're just doing a fun little stream, watching some local Lorcana. Have you gotten much product there in the Philippines? I know it's tricky to get over there right now. Although I have seen it trickle over there some, and I've seen some big tournaments over in the Philippines, which is great to see because I know the product is pretty expensive over there. So, um, yeah, no, I and Melody Gaming pointing out, yeah, can't afford it yet, and completely understand that because it's not available, in all parts of the world, Philippines included, like there's such a markup on product that has to be bought, in other markets and then imported. And so I understand. But there is an active scene in the Philippines, but as Melody Gaming in the chat's pointing out, um, it's just difficult to access because of how expensive it is. So hopefully, I know Ravensburger is working, constantly to open the game, open new markets to the game. I know it's expanding in, Central America this year, and parts of South America. So hopefully, we'll see it in the Philippines before too long, where you're able to get new cards as they come out, for market prices. Um, because I know that there is a huge TCG community in the Philippines, and there's a lot of you eager for this game. So hopefully that makes it there soon. But in the meantime, thanks for joining us as we watch, Zach take Nicholas's deck, his Emerald Amber Mufasa deck, and go wide against Nicholas's big ramp deck. All right. So here we go. So again, this deck, the ramp deck really hits its stride, in the late game. And you can see the hand right there, two Elsas in there. We have a Hades on the board. There's just there's a lot this deck has available in the end game that it needs to get to. So now looking at the Inkwell, Nicholas is at the point where he can access a lot of those, those higher cost cards, some of those answers, and maybe try to slow down Zach right now. There's an Ursula, knock him back a lore, draw a card, put 3 lore on the table. Um, and yeah, hopefully that can stick around a little bit for Nicholas. Now he is questing, trying to get a little bit of lore, and start to we shouldn't say start to put pressure on, but at the very least start to up the lore count a little bit. So there's Genie bouncing the crab back. So it's an interesting choice. Crab, of course, you know, um, will give Nicholas, the enter play trigger again. And it's something he can play for lower cost as opposed to bouncing a higher cost character. So Zach clearly not worried right now too much about, some of those higher cost characters. Ursula, doesn't do much in terms of board control. So she's a lot of lore, but Zach is so far ahead that probably doesn't seem like much of a threat. And then, of course, Hades would be the other target, but sending him back gives Nicholas a much worse enter play trigger to play around with, and that is the sending a card to the Inkwell. So the bigger effect to Genie though is being on the as you get him on the board, he's evasive, and so very difficult to remove unless Zach has another Hades sticking around. Of course, Elsa is another viable option to slow Genie down, but that's a 2 lore character, which is difficult to get rid of. And Zach 7 lore away in this scenario, um, needs to worry about each and every lore that or Nick needs to worry about each and every lore that Zach picks up at this point. All right. The lore, the lore getting that much closer. Yeah, the problem, against any deck that goes wide, the problem for any color that's not steel or ruby is just there's not a lot of things that can affect a wide board. There's a lot of targeted removal, but unless you have the board presence yourself to challenge and remove things, there's just not a lot of answers you can draw to remove mass number of characters. Of course, Nicholas here doing work with his board, and then using Let It Go to send Genie to the Inkwell. And we have one evasive Genie left, who can close out the game in 2 turns. So kind of seeing what this deck can do in the end game. It's just again, a lot of those answers just leave. It takes so long to get to. Zach here with I think just enough ink to play 2 characters, get them on the board there, which is a challenge because now, being 2 lore away, I mean, Nicholas really needs 2 targeted removal actions in order to remove both those. So here comes Elsa. Elsa coming down, exerting 2 characters saying they can't quest, targeting the 2 lore characters, Genie, who could close out the game, and leaving Pongo who has one lore, um, ready, so unable to challenge him, but Pongo will be unable to close out the game, on his own. And that seems to be game. Zach, they're trying to use Genie to return multiple cards to the hand. Fantastic. Fun little play there at the end, and that'll close that out. So, Nicholas piling in his Bing Ram deck, taking down his own Emerald Amber deck there, piloted by Zach Bivens near the end. So that was a ton of fun to watch. Fun little bonus games. Again, anytime you get to watch, two high caliber players, like at the top of their game, play any decks against each other, it's just fantastic because you're not going to see terribly many misplays, and you're going to get to see some really some creativity, and it's just a lot of fun to see. It is, and if they're piloting decks, that they're familiar with, you're really going to get to see decks piloted how they're meant to be piloted, and like textbook examples of how decks are meant to be played. So, anytime you get to watch it, it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. All right. So that was round 4 of this 5-round tournament. I'm tracking there's one round left. We're gonna do round 5, unless something changes, and then we're gonna cut to the top 8, and we're gonna bring that to you on Jack Patilla's Twitch channel live stream, and it's gonna be fantastic. And there you have the "We'll be back" sign. And I will be right back. I'm going to turn on some music here. We're going to wait a few minutes, probably not terribly long, because we've got some extra games there. And I'll be back very shortly to talk about Game 5. I don't know if I'm going to hang out for all Game 5. Got to do some getting ready for the finals, the top 8. We got some prep to do on our end, but I'll say hello at least. And yeah, if you're hanging out with us today, thanks. Hello, sports fans. Welcome to round five. See, we have some people in the chat who know what's going on, who are watching this tournament. I'm going to assume you're local to Charlotte, or at the very least, are friends of one of our players. This is round five of a 5-round Swiss tournament before we cut to the top eight. Coming to you from Get Some Game in Charlotte, North Carolina. This round we have two decks we haven't seen yet, I don't think. We have Philippe Vidrios with an Amethyst Amber deck, and then we have Dan Tran running, you know it, you love it. Some of you love to hate it, Ruby Amethyst, but it's the newest iteration. Now that Into the Inklands is out, so yeah, a lot of people speculated this deck would stick around in the meta, and it definitely seems to be right now. Looking at this list, this list is fairly consistent with last set's deck. There's a few key differences. Actually, I take it back. The card list is pretty consistent, and but it seems to have a slightly different end game. We do have Jim Hawkins, Space Traveler, making an appearance in this list, making use of locations and two locations. I think the card that everybody's scared of when it was first revealed, Queen's Castle, giving Amethyst even more card draw, and then RLS Legacy, giving characters evasive. So this is Ruby Amethyst making use of the new locations, a few new cards. The big one is Jim Hawkins, and then the other one that's making an appearance in this list that's interesting and new-ish is Prince Eric, Expert Helmsman. This is the 4-cost uninkable 2/2 that allows you to banish another character when he is banished. So a lot of people took a look at his 2 willpower and speculated that when you pair him with Teeth and Ambitions, it's a good card, allowing you to do a little bit of damage and then banish another character. So we'll see if that pays off here. But little extra removal, for this list. Yeah, so this is we'll call this, Ruby Amethyst 3.0, or a version of it, versus Amber Amethyst. Melody Gaming from the Philippines. Glad you're still here with us. Elsa needs more. Elsa, I'm glad your daughter loves Elsa. Elsa has some great cards in this game. Elsa Spirit of Winter is just a fantastic card. It's played a lot. It's loved. It's one of the most expensive cards of the game in the enchanted version, and all of the Elsas just have amazing art. There's so many of them. So lots of Elsa support in this game, and I'm willing to bet before too many more sets, you'll be able to build an all Frozen, if not all Elsa deck. So that's pretty exciting for all of you Frozen fans. So the other deck here, being piloted by Philippe, is an Amethyst Amber deck. This is a color combo we've seen. We really popped up, I think, around set 2. Usually these are aggro decks designed to go very quickly. And taking a look at this list, it seems like that's exactly what this list is trying to do with first turn or early game Lilos and Maleficents, followed by Piglet to get you some extra lore when there's a lot of characters on the board. Simba's in there for bodyguards. Wendy Darling with 2 lore on turn 2. Madam M Snake doing a lot of bounce. Pinocchio Star Attraction with 3 lore on turn 2. This is just an aggro fast list with a little bit of control, and then it splashes in a spellbook at the end to help close out games. One of the things that I do like to see in this deck, and I want to see if it plays out, in a later game, is Neverland in there, the 1-cost, 1 lore location. I kind of speculated these 1 lore locations would have a home in aggro decks. Something about dropping a location on turn 1 that's passively gaining you 1 lore that takes 4 strength to remove, or 4 damage to remove, seemed good. So I'm interested to see if that pays off here. But here we go. This game is getting underway, and kind of a decent opening here for the Ruby Amethyst. It seems, 2 Olafs early game. I think would have liked to have a different turn 2 play, but here we have the bounce action going, and now we have a strong board presence here with some high, strength characters on the board, with the Mimses. And on the other side, we do have Wendy Darling with 2 lore, Maleficent with 2 lore, and Ruby Amethyst is doing what Ruby Amethyst likes to do and just gaining a lot of lore quickly. Of course, those couple characters there vulnerable now to removal from those Mims. But clearly what the Ruby Amethyst player is trying to do here is to try to gather some lore, early. And that's really what aggro decks are designed to do. And that's what he's he's going for here. So little befuddle there, I think, bouncing the snake. Befuddle removes a character cost 2 or less, and snake is always a nice target for that because it, the extra cost of having to bounce a character get into play just makes it feel extra satisfying when you send it back to the hand using a befuddle. Fox doing work, and here we go. I think yeah, 8 lore on the board for the Amber Amethyst player, and that's kind of where they want to be. So here we have Jim Hawkins making use of his enter play ability to put a location in play, move to it immediately. RLS Legacy giving him evasive. So that's that combo playing out in real time. That's one of the new additions to this deck this season. Locations in general, but specifically this Jim Hawkins combo. Here we go. Amber Amethyst now just going wide. This is, fortunately, for the Ruby Amethyst player, I mean, the answer is in the deck. It is Be Prepared, the card that everybody, loves to love or loves to hate, but can't play it till we get to turn 7. And it looks like it was just, one turn off, one turn off. So, gosh, that was fast. That was aggro at its finest. And, early on in seasons, we often see that, there's two types of decks that do very well. Ones are one type of deck or the slight modifications of existing decks. For example, Ruby Amethyst with a splash of something new, which, was good before and it continues to stay decent because people know how to pilot it. People know how to work it. You give it another extra tool or two and it stays good. But then also aggro decks, are really good. As people are playing around and figuring out the new meta, aggro decks are just good. And Ruby Amethyst, or I'm sorry, Amethyst Amber did get some fantastic new aggro tools. Not only a little bit of like hand removal with bare necessities, to get rid of cards like, let's say, grab your swords or be prepared, which can clear the board. Um, but also some more high lore early game characters, like, we're seeing Wendy in this list, 2 lore character, 1/3 on turn 2. 3 willpower on the second turn isn't a terrible stat line, and 2 lore, on the second turn isn't awful either. The other cards that we've seen that are really good on turn 2 with Toon Lore, the one that was really popular for a while in the Emerald aggro deck is Flynn Rider. Of course, he had the discard ability, giving him a little bit of a perk, but he was only a 2 willpower character, making him vulnerable to grab your swords or other 2 damage effects. So Wendy is a 1/3 on turn 2, just provided this aggro deck with another early game high lore threat, which is just a little bit harder to remove. Teeth and Ambitions, again, a perfect example of a card that can't remove Wendy. So, all right. So this opening from Ruby Amethyst, I think, is the exact control opening that Ruby Amethyst likes to play. The 1/3 on turn 1, giving you a target for Teeth and Ambitions to remove, the first turn play of the aggro player. So that is probably, exactly what, this player was hoping for, in this opening to slow down the momentum of the Amber Amethyst player. When you're playing aggro, especially a hyper aggro deck with characters that are a little bit weaker, a little lower to the ground in terms of willpower, um, being on the draw is just it's just a little bit it's worse. Obviously it's worse. So being on the play, taking game 1, being on the draw game 2, is the position that this aggro deck wants to be in. But does put the aggressive deck a step behind here as it looks to get that early lore race before the Ruby Amethyst deck can make it to 7 lore, making Be Prepared available. Apologize for the sounds. We're doing some behind the scenes coordination, getting ready for the top eight. As we watch this round play out. Yeah, it's a challenging position for the aggro player. There's not a ton of removal, in these amber amethyst lists. So having to do work with characters on the board, trying to get rid of enough to prevent his opponent from winning here, but might not be enough. And adding to the challenges, you have an evasive bunny um, hanging out on the RLS Legacy. Merlin riding around, the sky in that ship. Probably at the helm, doing Merlin things, and helping the Ruby Amethyst player to close out the game. So fun game two, lightning fast game one, and here we're going to go again. This is the Amber Amethyst player here is going to be on the play. Dan is going to be on the play. I'm sorry. Philippe is going to be on the play with Philippe Vidrios, with his aggro deck, which is where he wants to be. And we're going to see what happens here. I think, two things working against, Philippe that game. One is, being on the draws with a hyper aggro deck just feels a little bit worse. But then two, I do think that Dan got one of his ideal openings for this match, which is the turn one Minnie Mouse. And then turn two Teeth and Ambitions slows down, the player, the aggro player, just enough that you're kind of fighting from behind. It feels like trying to develop a board presence, and just wasn't quite able to do it. And there are in a hyper. One thing I want to point out, like with a hyper aggro deck, especially now with goat around, like you do not need to win the game early or lose the game. There's some early on before we had cards like Goat and Spellbook and others that allowed you to gain lore without questing. The problem with aggro decks was, that at some point, like you had to win the game or get to a certain lore threshold within like 3-4 turns, or you lost the game. With some hyper aggro decks that weren't built for any sort of mid game. Now, with these hyper aggro decks, there are some answers. There's Spellbook, there's Goat, and this hyper aggro deck is running both of them where, you don't have to get to 20 lore in the first 5 or 6 turns to win. You just need to get to maybe 15, maybe 14, 15, ideally 16. And then, hopefully you're far enough, in advance. Your opponent can't quest for too much lore a turn because they have to respond to anything you drop on the board. But then you can wait for your answers like Goat, Goat Bounce or Spellbook to kind of close out the game. So that's one of the nice things, about some of the lore gain cards we got in set 2 and 3 that gave aggro a little bit of extra breathing room, I think. And so, I think we're going to see kind of a resurgence to some of these aggro decks, and we're seeing, Emerald Amethyst Bounce, is mid rangey, but it can go aggro pretty easy. And then, this hyper Amber Amethyst aggro, I think we'll see some new life in the Inklands. But anyway, I'm gonna go on mute here for a minute. I'm gonna to do some final coordination here for the top five as we watch this final match play out. And I'll see you all back here shortly. Enjoy the rest of this match, and I'll remind you that we're going to jump for the top 8 over to Jack Patillo's Twitch stream. I'll give you a final reminder before we do it, but head over to Jack Patillo on Twitch. I'll be there with Aaron, streaming the top 8 with Jack Patillo with all the bells and whistles. So it's your reminder. But thanks for hanging out with us, and hope you're all having a great weekend. All right, everyone, that was game three. That was 5 rounds of Swiss. We're going to cut to the top eight. Thanks for hanging out. If you've been here a little while, a long while, I see some of you still hanging out. Thanks for joining us on the stream this afternoon. We are going to take the top eight. We're going to take the top eight over to Jack Patillo's Twitch stream, where we're going to be streaming, Aaron, I, and Jack commentating. We're going to give you an amazing show over there as we watch the top eight players in this event battle it out. So we're super excited to see you all over there. So don't miss it. That stream will be up shortly. Thanks again for hanging out. He's streaming on Twitch at Jack Patillo and Melody Gaming from the Philippines. Thank you for hanging out with us all afternoon. If you like stuff like this or like, fun Lorcana videos, go ahead and subscribe. We'd love to see you around the channel. And hopefully, you'll have Lorcana there in the Philippines there very soon. We're pulling for you. So thanks again, everyone. And again, Jack Patillo on Twitch. Don't miss it. Sign off catchphrase.